Hello everyone. I don't want to be here, but I am here. I don't want to continue. I'm so tired. I'm not emotionally ready for this, not after yesterday. It's just like I keep going back to this shit and I'm just so tired. Just so tired. This is the third case in this game, and I'm already tired. Like, I don't want to imagine where I'm going to go by the time I get to ending up Spirit of Justice. Thank the Lord that I decided that once I'm done with this, I'm playing the 100 line. That's gonna occupy at least like 100 hours of my life, and hopefully, it will save me. Thanks to the Kodaka Toxigari. October 26, 9:45 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 3. Were you able to sleep last night? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept for a grand total of 0 hours. Oh, hi, Clavier, you're here. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. Guten Morgen, you don't have to be just so German around. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. You know, this is just the ending of Apollo Justice all over again. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they found signs of overdubbing. No, that's how you ruin a recording. It's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Who's there? Wait. Did you see who it was? No, I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. God damn it, Hugh! I wonder if he saw her hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Boxcar were listening to. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Clavier, your final gift to me personally has to be making out with Apollo. Maybe take him out to a nice dinner date, okay? If you can't do that for me, then just go to... I don't know. Go start your solo career. Okay, all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. And for a mini course of steel workout, I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine. Neither of you are fine. October 26, 10 a.m. District Court. And it's courtroom number 4. Okay. Court is now in session again. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. Again. The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecutor is ready as well. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Wackwill? Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody, understood? Judge, we're made of funny business. If we don't have any funny business, I will literally perish. Because at this point is the only thing that keeps me going. Your boldness, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The Aron clock runs fast, it cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact. I don't. But if that's the case, then what will we? The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from our room to stage. And I mean to prove it here this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said, but what else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the blood stain. Blood was also found on some pottery next to the window of the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that very window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below. Although there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound. That too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Are we going to ignore the fact that the building has this damage here on the side, which is very peculiar when the rest of the building seems perfectly fine? Like, I feel like this should be something that the case should care about, but we never actually investigated that. Then a bulk car was used to hold the body over to the stage. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Objection!
Your propensity to spew forward words before you think is not very clever either. Why you? Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Hi, Hugh. Bitch. Huh. Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation? It's not like he stated it last time, except he did. You, Connor, I'm a senior at Timmy's Legal Academy, and I'm soon to be a lawyer. Yesterday I told that lawyer there that I would testify the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes? What's he up to now? The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now your testimony, please. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Okay, but like, all that you're saying is that she was dragging a mat. That doesn't mean anything. Was it, like, did the mat have blood on it from the corpse? Did the mat have the corpse on top of it? The body was moved after the fact, not during the night when you saw her. Unless you're talking about the fact, like, it was before the mock trial, and I didn't understand correctly. But even then, you don't exactly have a lot of time if you have to, like, be in the mock trial immediately afterwards, my dude. Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client. Never a snappy combat when I need one. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible. To protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is a student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they used it?
Objection!
There is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. You have only one mat? You're a school this big? with that much money to put like little computers in all of your desks? Like this is like the garden from Final Fantasy VIII, and you don't have the money for more mats? I'm sorry, that to me that's a plot hole. There you go, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. Ah, it sucks being the last to know everything! I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat. If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, it would be hard to deny a possible link to this case. We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant perfect score green into a teary-eyed frown of failure. Okay, yeah, it's before the mock trial, but even then, the timing is kind of bullshit for a single person to do it, especially Juniper, who has like no upper body strength that we know of. Wait, I'm in what? Which vantage point? So you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area? Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows the students setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here? Why, yes, in fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, it piqued my interest. Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop. Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way. Yes, it would. That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Ouch. Order! Order! Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court? Again! This is the second time. The screen... Right. I must have slipped my mind. What are you telling me? You, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that? Yeah, like my dude, come on. You don't have, you can't lie to me. It's a core of law. There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth readers have, and the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart already? Will the witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapses of memory? That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen. Objection! Okay, but why were you there then? You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Oh, ouch. He's not very good at this. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Do you have to do that? Alright, golden boy. This is not your chance. Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? He's been lying this entire time. The fact that golden boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage.
Objection!
But then the screen would have blocked his view of...
Objection!
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. Consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Sorry. Athena, look at the photo again. Do you think? Something on the other side of the screen. Something high enough to see the stage. No way, this crane right here? I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. What's all this about a promise? Is it about whatever Blackwell is using against him? And what's it got to do with going into the crane? Golden boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds. What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? Is he even forklift certified? He's definitely not. That is also a crime. I know. That's why I'm bringing it up. The witness. I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated a crane. Actually, there just might be something that proves you did. What? This whole part-time job thing is true. I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day, too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep, as the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Are you serious? This is ridiculous! Oh, very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that? The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. We can clearly identify the person in this photo as the witness by examining... well, probably his neck. He has like a orange thing here. The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck. Why, yes, you can see it right there. But then, are you saying you mean to... Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You're a disgrace of a man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off. Really, Blackwell? You're not gonna say take off your clothes? You could have made it funnier. Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck. Where are you, vampires? As I have no choice. What? Oh my! So where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask? I didn't buy it. It's handmade and there's only one like it in the world. Well, it sure looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed? You're one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with your school. Operating heavy equipment is no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. You can parallel park one-handed? Wait, that's not that big of a deal. Also, seriously, are you forklift certified? Can you be forklift certified when you're underage? Wait, are you even like... I need to check. Oh no, you're 18. Technically, you could be forklift certified. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all of the required tests and apprenticeship period, when you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane. Oh, about that, you see, I'm a genius, so you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with this inane charade, Gordon boy. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't! High school seniors are 19 at most, thus they fail to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you. Does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why does it need apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please! Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. Wait. Come again? I'm having a moment. I'm sorry. What? You could gather the official school enrollment documentation. This all right there. Ouch. 25? You mean he's older than me? A 25-year-old high school student? A 7-year break. 7 years. Just one thing to say. There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mod readers take. And the genius kind people like me take.
Objection!
But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. Huh. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happened to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only Hugh could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was stopping the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused already did all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me? As long as a mat was used to move the body, June is going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, but was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor! Yes, Miss Sykes? I got it! I got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head! A little conjecture has never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to... move the body. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. At least, that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. Are you sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, golden boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter. Save that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap? Huh, watch this! I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. That's not that... well, it is a little impressive, but still. Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex, it requires both hands. Now, I would have the cord look at this. Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain. Athena, what the fuck are you talking about? Your wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I have already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, I say. So, how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. Now I'm the fool! I'd planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanted to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. And here I thought this was the big break we'd been waiting for. No, the defense's sophistry is laid bare. I would have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of a 3rd floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. And a ball cart was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention! Hold on, your baldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. Why is Blackwell almost T-posing for dominance right there on that, like, panning? Because, like, it looked like he was A-posing. Which, admittedly, is not the same as T-posing, but it has the same function. Technically speaking. Well, I think you were on the right track, Athena. You do? Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per her script. So as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But... is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? Miss Sykes, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it. And if you do not, it is time for the verdict. Isn't that right, your boldness?
Objection!
No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show that the man had nothing to do with this case. There is a sort of great renown that cuts down sophisticated lawyers. It is called evidence. You don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena, you can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it would fly. Maybe it could. After all, there is a way to see between the arm and the stage. Someone could have easily used that thing. Oh yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us. All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of possibility. Modern ball card weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. The school banner that has the mysterious stain that might be blood.
Take that!
Obviously. The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackwell. This is like toxic yaoi, but like it's straight people. It's toxic straights. Why do people don't ship this more? Anyway, the car will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. The wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high-wire act. The body surely would have fallen if there are no signs of blood from stroma.
Objection!
Ah, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried? Well, go on. Explain. Please explain. The body was bundled into the pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat. I had the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying.
Objection!
I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd high war act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstain left of the armor room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have to be via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the blood-stained pottery was next to the window of the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with this case. Oh, the blood-stained pottery, I remember that. I mean, I hate to break this to Blackwell, to Blackwell, but what was he thinking, Blackwell? If you kill someone by stabbing them, depending on the wound and the weapon and a bunch of, like, you're gonna, like, splash blood everywhere. I wouldn't say that there's enough quantity of blood in that pottery to justify thinking that the body was just, like, thrown through the window. This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the math theory if you don't do something. Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. If my Y theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been the victim's blood. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Damn on you, Sykes Dono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Fulbright. Oh, Fulbright, you finally did something good for me. Looks like they didn't check it. Ah, don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackwell. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till their tests are run. True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your boldness, I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instance. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back. Okay, but like while you do that, could we get the blood on the banner analyzed, because we didn't analyze that one either, and it's kind of important. Can we send both of those to analysis, please? No? Fuck me, I guess. Oh my, that was quick. Our history, if it turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please let it be someone else's. It seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugo Connor. Scar! Don't worry, Ginny. Just try to relax. Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained a wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Jenny saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything. You say that, Athena, but it's probably much dumber what actually happened. Like, growing this game, it's gonna be something way dumber. There's but one way now to turn aside her blade. Do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Sykes enough, for it is she who forced me to expose your secret. Fine, whatever. Wow, how much data does he have on Hugh? The court will observe this old-looking envelope. It was inside this that it was inside this that Miriam's Scuttlebot script was found. Miss Scuttlebot? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, Goldenbot had hidden these from us as well. Let's see here. My word, talk about the world's most faithful paper cut. Indeed, you can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told the correct way to open it was Constance Court. You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read without my permission and you'll wish you hadn't. Yikes. Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that. The blood on the blade is the witnesses. Oh, genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness. Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena, the wound isn't that deep. We've still got the wire theory. Yeah, I got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there's no longer any basis for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts there's that. Oh, for the love of God. You call yourself a lawyer, huh? Can you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Where? Huh? The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out... Huh. And you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. It seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. A body sent sliding down that wire will crash into them. Will have crashed into the car to explain that. Why, I believe he's right. The statues on the wire are extremely close together. So the body would have collided with the statues? Yeah, except that the statues were already broken, woman. So either they broke when the body hit them, or they were broken already. I feel sleepy. Like, you got to the stage and the statues were broken. Like, it's one or the other, but either way, clearly it can be, like, it's not impossible. What if they did collide? Wait, that's it! Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them, that would also explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room. Oh, now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection!
Interesting. Very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard that sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when— Ah! Precisely. If that sound you heard it happened while the body was being moved, that would place it during the mock trial. Ugh, which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. Yeah, but that would mean that he's lying, which is, I think, more important. Like, why you believe in this man at his word when he's clearly been lying about his age, his forklift certification, his hand injury. Like, he's been lying this entire time. There's no reason to believe that he saw the body, except unless someone told him to say that. Like, that's about it. He said he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Yes, Athena, it does if you point out that this witness has been lying his ass off. Ergo, there's a very real chance that he lied about seeing the body. Everybody's so fucking stupid, I'm losing my mind. Stupid contradiction. It's going to get me and our case killed. The focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the main premise thus far. Your assertion therefore contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection!
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So, should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. Well, finally someone points that out. Thanks, Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side! I bet he's figured out the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else. His statues really were broken when the body hit them. Then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before, before the mock trial, the body was, you know... I should only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth than do it now. That is, you had wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes! Now, out with it. You truly witnessed the body. Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? You what? I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was nobody on the stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry. Yes, with Bugs use big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with? Order. The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner. Indeed. Not much I shall concede, Psych Stoner. The body was moved as you stated, and in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied with that. The body was moved before the mock trial. We have our three suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right, all three suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection!
That's simplistic. You forget about the student in charge of the audio. At Miss Mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's that? Who is this person in charge of the audio? Oh no, how could I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Jenny so large in this shot? Jennifer was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Indeed, no one who could have entered the R room admits the mock trial to move a body was none other than the accused Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. No. Why, yes, I see, that does make perfect sense. Okay, but let me check something. There's one entrance to the audio control room. And then there's the other door, but I'm not sure if that takes you to the faculty seat. Or if it would just take you to a closet, because that's the line there. If I assume that it just takes you to a closet or some other exit, there's no way of knowing if she was even capable of leaving that without going through, you know, the rest of the area. So, like, just leaving as the actual classroom. So this makes no sense. Like, accusing her when she has barely any way of escaping the room where that she's supposed to be able to leave to be able to commit the crime in question makes no fucking sense. That's the thing. Like, that's the main issue here. Like, it just makes no sense. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crimes, you need it even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. My goose is so cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackwell was on our side, at least on this issue. Well, he was on your side at least on one issue. The Twisted Samurai strikes again. Twisted is more like Dirty Rotten. Your boldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case. The defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes? Apollo, what are we going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niente. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be... Objection. Objection. Well, I object to... Oh, Hugh. Stop right there. Alliers to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Listen and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. What are you doing? Perfect crime. Is it a murder or is it a different crime? Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Yes, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps. The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order, I say, Mr. O'Connor. You already confessed yesterday and earlier today recounted your confession. As if you mouth breathers could comprehend my genius. The end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection!
Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for all to see. But it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. Ah! There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you were at the mock trial. It is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. Hugh doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. This guy is a fucking idiot. Yeah, boy. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had to run the campus, ensure I'm the killer, Juniper's innocent. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird, especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution? Your boldness. Summon an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on with to my verdict. You people don't believe me. It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this?
Objection!
Which is not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. You see there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give it a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session. Emphasis on short. Your better judgment. I am a judge, and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objection. Prosecutor Blackwell? I love Taka. He's so cute. I want to put him in a better game. The prosecutor said, rubbish, we will be out on a stroll, then left with Detective Fulbright. Blackwell, you can't just do that! How does he get away with stuff like that? And then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. Blackwell, you need to give, like... I don't know. Look, do birds get like lice and other stuff like that? Look, you need to take better care of your pet. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session. I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. How bad do you think it is? Well, about as bad as the one with the parrot. What? Don't worry about it. I only read about it, but it was insane. Okay. Oh. Why are you happy? This is about hair. This is just about Juniper, but I don't understand how. Sir Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. Yeah, there's also that. Why are you bringing her back if you don't fucking care? I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only. The truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all of your other emotions. Worry. I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. So Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. Whatever that means. But that means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? Oh, you're back. I thought that it was him, but I wasn't sure. Why, Professor Blackwell, you're back! How was the little stroll? It was terrible. There was sun everywhere. I'm gonna get a burn. The confession was not but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Ah, why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes, yes I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it. Ha. Either we quit here and Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. Wait. It had like happiness in everything except, well, this has no emotions. This is so weird. I would assume happiness because it's the one thing that is common in all of them, but... I didn't almost lose, you say. Very odd. You accepted happiness the entire time except during this statement. You don't know what to give up. Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't! Stop making stuff up! And I left the lecture hall. It was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body, and then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I figured no one will see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Thanks, don't know how much longer will you indulge him in this charade. Well, it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors. The faculty seats on the balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. Heh, I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side when facing the front of the hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat. But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. Why? How was the seat empty? The one that should be there was Professor Me. I just hit my mic with my glasses. I apologize, but I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it was Professor Means. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew this shit. Ugh. Sorry, I'm just so upset because like we've been on this shit for so long and Mint has been the most suspicious motherfucker ever. Like this is on Amogu Sus level of bullshit. And I'm just like, please, for the love of God. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. No, the side that you're pointing out is clearly Professor Mean's side. Like, this is your left, my dude. Like, clearly the seat that is empty is the one that is Professor Means, not Professor Court. That can't be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence.
Take that!
I have no idea where this contradiction is going. But I don't have any other moves at this point. So I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. Said the left balcony seat was empty. But was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Meads was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there in his seat, addressing the students of faculty. Ah! No, this can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me. It doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. Second floor was deserted. But when you believe me, it's true, I tell you. I entered to the back door without anyone noticing. Then all I had to do was go through the empty audio control room. It leads into the hallway, so I was perfectly capable of moving the body. Okay, so you know that place where Juniper was supposed to be was empty, so I guess you're doing this because you assume she's a killer. I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Yo, that's literally what she does. That's her entire gimmick. Like, she has no gameplay otherwise, son. Mr. O'Connor, it is you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea why you're feeling sad. Ah, you're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said that you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone was in the audio control room was... Juniper.
Take that!
I know you realize there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. Oh, god damn it. I had it just over the core record. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justify the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. Gibbs had one. Hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his whole testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Professor Secure Blackwell. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict. Okay, guys. This is the third time he does this shit. Just stop putting the guy in chains if he's gonna break every single one of them. Ah, he broke out of his shackles again! Just stop putting him in shackles! I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. You, O'Connor, in deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean blow. Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence.
Do not come between a samurai and his foe, Psych Sono. Eek! I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time. Very well, Golden Mon may leave. For now. I don't know how I feel about the fact that half of these, like, well, half of this, like, I don't like the fact that the entire thing going on here is that we have a guy who may or may not have killed anyone, because with the law system as it is in Ace Attorney, you never fucking know. If Phoenix wasn't the one who took the case, you never fucking know. Or Apollo, I guess. Who were threatening with, like, something that can possibly kill him to do things politely. Like, enough electric current can kill a man. Hell, even if it's not enough to kill you, it can leave you disabled for life. It can cause heart damage that can, like, leave sequels for the rest of your goddamn life. Like, this could kill normal, healthy people. Why are we electrocuting a guy? Like, he's like, this is some kind of Pavlovian experiment. Like, do we have to do this shit? I don't like it. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. That's where you're wrong. He doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but I am not and never was a genius. Sorry, but I already knew. Me too. Don't forget me. Though, in all fairness, it was pretty obvious. I thought he was a genius at first, but... The stuff he said was crazy. No need to rub it in, just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades. But that's bribery! So the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea. Oh, my perfect scores were the product of cool, hard cash. I'm a genius. Even worse when I confronted my parents about it over the phone. Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. A perfect zero. Well, that's pretty depressing. Hugh. Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday. So I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us? It looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there were something that could help me prove that to Hugh. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as the friendship lasts, you can bet we'll keep carrying them around. I know, what about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That banner on his neck. Mr. O'Connor. That banner on your neck, that's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Yeah. Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? Judge, please shut up. The dramatic, emotional music is playing. Please. You must not ruin it, okay? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Oh, how very interesting. And chick! If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof that they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other two. It doesn't matter if I worried if those two...
Objection!
Well, they feel the same way too. I know they were their friendship band somewhere. Ginny and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may also just told me that the others were their proof of friendship. Well, they're easy to touch, probably. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Miss Newman holds her arm when pressure. And Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
This is so dumb. Like, it's sweet, but it's very dumb.
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
Oh, honey. Calm down, you're not an anime protagonist. It's so dramatic. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body, I didn't even see it, and it made it look like I'm speed reading. I sent at the end of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. Kyug. Some mistakes. Can I place my trust in you? Yeah, honey, don't worry about it. I already know who did it. I'm going to save Junie. So yes, you can place your trust in me. Then I am to understand that the witness is recanting his confession. Yes. I must rant about trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi. Which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So, we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. It kinda matters though, because there's no one there. Huh. This mean... Further resistance is futile. The time for a verdict is nigh.
Objection!
Please wait! What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout. But Mr. Okono's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Yuki's telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite to him really was empty. Which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is... Finally. You're 45? You're 45! Phoenix, are you 34? Also, Trissy, you run up so much. What a baby.
Take that!
The balcony seat was empty, that much is true. Isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right, how many times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence.
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture heard him deliver his speech.
Objection!
I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now let me explain how speech could be given from an empty seat. It was probably pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? The only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. They just put like a Professor Means cardboard cutout. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane! I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. What? Really? Wait a second! Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave you that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Whoa, who could have seen this development? I could. The voice shouting you're a goner as recorded on this tape was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Why this? This is an extremely crucial piece of evidence! Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Yeah, which is obvious if you just look at the guy. He looks clearly evil. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence.
Ugh, the seat was never empty, because we're an oversight by our dollar of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often not easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Objection!
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether this empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough out of you. Now here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight too must be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today. Do as you please. Finally, it just took like 3 hours. I say that, but it took more like 6 hours between the end of the second case that's, you know, started in this one, and then like the last stream was 4 hours of this case, and then it's like almost an hour and a half of the rest of the case. So yeah, like 6 hours for me to find out the obvious. Like, for me to find out that the obviously evil guy was obviously evil. This is so fucking stupid. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly, I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Stanley's Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor, we're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperations in this? Very well, if that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes. We need to find some sort of evidence that shows his speech was pre-recorded. Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Good afternoon, I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crowd-jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. Oh no, I'd forgotten how long and boring his speech was. Yeah. Wake me up once this is over. Hey, no fair! The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on an adult. 3 hours later. Ah, you there, wake up, pay attention. Huh? Eek! I'm awake, isn't that right, Your Honor? What? I'm awake too! Wait awake, see? Okay, worth it just for this scene, but also the rest sucks. Once again, our pure white lady justice will be watching over all of you today. Pay attention that you may make a difference one day. Now, let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes. He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears. Yeah. Or he is, and he's just avoiding thinking about it. Either way, success. You sound psyched, so no. If you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Taka will freeze on your stomach after I cut it out. But you were asleep the whole time! Well, Miss Sykes, do you notice anything strange about that speech? Could I please hear that last part again? Once again, our pure Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. There! I finally found what we needed. Mr. Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict this? The statue. It is not white. It is gold.
Take that!
The professor said the pure white Lady Justice will be watching over them. But the Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be. I am not sure I can run my jaw around that to test its authenticity. He didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now it's true that this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement. Oh well, that's a shame on every count. Ironically, this gold statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one, meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake in its color if it'd been present. It seemed I might have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part. The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in a balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this is sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had an answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait! There's got to be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It's only a little over 10 minutes. It felt like it went on forever. Have you figured out how long it was? You see, there's a timestamp on the top right. Do you not see it? Apollo, I fell asleep halfway through. Oh, you know what, fair. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes from the 10-minute mark to the 20:35 minute. Wait a second. Could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. Yeah, it's the same amount of time for the tape. If memory serves me right. But for that I need the voice print analysis, right? Yeah. Yeah, 10 minutes 35 seconds. Yeah, it was mentioned before on the tape.
Take that!
When we received it back. Or rather, when we received it back and received the voice print analysis from Clavier. I would like the court to look at this. And this is? The voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did. But what I like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise? Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. And what do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech? That would be exactly 10. Now, let's fast forward to this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Right, subtract 10 minutes and you get 10:35. 10 minutes and 25 seconds. Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds, the same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
Objection!
But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing the study of the tape. So far they found signs of overdubbing. It's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording. By pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not gonna get away with it. Not on my watch. Miss Sykes, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offer to be her lawyer. Alas, look what's happened. All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony. Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. This doesn't sound good. I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and mean what I say by all means. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity a secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's a humane thing to do. Oh my, so you say the defendant threatened you? This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up to perfectly to be true. On these most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that the states the end justifies the means. I don't believe you. When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends innocent. Two friends? The witnesses? Correct. Hugo Connor and Romy Newman. I was to ensure all three walk free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. She was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. You no doubt had had praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means. I am so sick of hearing that phrase. Athena? Same, girl. Same. Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth if it is victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality. Does it? He's gonna regret dragging those dismal-depressing ideas in here. Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Saxona? Something the matter? This is the court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking. Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not for me to rectify this situation. With murder? Are you gonna rectify it with murder? I might rectify it with murder! But nothing. Go ahead and rectify it, only if I lose and you win, that is. Uh-huh. 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 Okay, but like, if it's a humane thing to do, why did you give the recorder to Hugh?
Objection!
Like, why would you help like that? So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. That's nothing more than a bull-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles. Your Honor, it is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Why, you little... You dare call my teachings and my methods lies. Oh. Temis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. Do you have to, make your hair into a mohawk? Huh? Professor Means, what's with your hair? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Quiet! No talking in class. Ow! Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes! Huh? Oh, here? Miss Legal Academy Lawyer Course Register. Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I'm here. The proper response is here, without any extraneous information. Ouch. Here. Next, Your Honor. Here. See, class, that's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell. I said, Simon Blackwell, are you here or not? There's always one, isn't there? Well then, I'll just mark you absent. Now get out of my classes instant. Without. Very well, that is your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwell is free of his shackles. It just so happens I was a member of my high school disciplinary committee. Why am I not surprised? But is that really so shocking? No, not at all. Constabulary laptops to teachers, but on my level, Matt, you are Fulbright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinary. Alright, class is now in session. Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomachache? Pay attention, I am not the killer, Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
Objection!
But Professor, you created a funny tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. I mean, means no offense, but the more you talk, the more, evil you look. Like, in general. Now pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by that time, so how could I have been involved in this crime?
Objection!
Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time? Can you prove that I was still at school? No, I can't. So you admit it. Well, you just earn extra credit for your honesty. You have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate. Ew, I do enough of that at the office. Who was it? God fucking hell. No way, man! I totally object! Robin! I can't believe you fell for the Professor Silvertongue lies! Why you? How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man! No way, no how! Now I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself! The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell? Right, and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished. Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony. Thanks, Robin. You can leave now. The professor told me I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I'd made both statues myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin. Quick! Somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight! Simon! You're head hunter among the delinquents. Do something! And who's in charge of the class fed around here? Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, on the real place will do. No, where's no source of school? All weapons will be confiscated. Nurse! Where's the school nurse when you need one? It would seem Zona seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case you would do well to draw your stuff. Quick as lightning. Very well, then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in second period. Prepare to be several school style. What is that? Never mind. Your testimony, please. Holy success. My throat is never gonna recover. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper's out the 2 statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. Could I possibly have the time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now. That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell. I'd say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. Oh right, the professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as LLNG. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short time. That didn't exactly help her case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. That's what they call me. They call me slippery means. Something, that's what she said. Okay, let's press on this. Like, we need to keep going on the statue trail, I feel. Why were you in such a hurry? In the legal world, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm. Okay, but like, means in all of capitalism, your body is your capital. Because what, if you're not the owner of the means of production, the only thing you have to sell for yourself is your own labor. That is your body. That is, you know, what you do. Like, so technically, in any normal job where you're not, you know, again, the owner of the means of production, your body is the capital. That's why I get to bed at 9 p.m. each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Well, ready to concede that I never left the stage. Well, besides, do you accept the witness's claim? Actually, can I prove that he did it on the stage? Like, can I prove that he actually committed the murder on the stage, move the body to the art room, and then move it back to the stage? Is that something that I could do? Like, it's dumb, but maybe. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I concede that Professor Means never left the stage. That's right, but what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed a crime. I'm not gonna give up here. I'm afraid I'll have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Objection!
Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something. Well, as I said, not yet. So I stand for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not yet time to quit. I mean, Apollo, again, I said it several times already in the process of playing the Ace Attorney series, but literally what they teach you in legal school, to my understanding from actual people who have gone through legal school, is object first, think of the objectionable thing later. Like, just object because you gotta object, you'll think of what to do, like, after you object. Objecting for objection is in fact the way to do it. You just have to think of the objectionable thing. It's at times like these when it seems like there's no way out. You have to... Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit murder without going there. It seems like your lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones. I'll even distract her. Yeah, who brought the bed to school? Saxono, if I hear one word of your usual jibber jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room. Neither witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts? If I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it! I realized one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the crime scene. If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer. Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Sextono. Okay, the murder was actually committed here. Right on the stage.
Take that!
The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. Silly girl, when the body was found there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on the stage, really. But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that was bloodstained, that's now bloodstained. A banner. It's true that there were no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be the school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if these were under the victim when she was killed. Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence.
What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your tugs. The autopsy says the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon this banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes no sense. Makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me what's your first choice for higher education. I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Objection!
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do? If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood. Well, it has to be the other banner then. Hey, Gavin's banner. Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's a Gaviner's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. But since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it. So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yeah, yes, I would explain it. The governor's banner was like a dishcloth. Surely it was at least towel quality. Apollo! That's not the point! Simon, don't just stand there. Do something!
Silence.
Lexana, you are learning to wield a blade quite well. But how will you respond when it comes slashing at you like this? The remnants of a large blood stain was detected in the art room. But why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claim? The blood stain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room. Let me guess, the burned banner, that's why it was burned afterwards? To hide the fact that it was used to put the blood on the, you know. The thing you stoop so low as to present mere garbage to this court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. Not even an original thing. They did that in the second game. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used a wire to bring the blood-soaked governor's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. Order! Order, this is quite a development. To think the body was never actually moved. Oh, it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain the little crash you had during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it? I hadn't thought of that. That loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues. And what was it indeed? The note in the school banner shows that something was created along the wire in it. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder and then on the stage after. The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was... Oh right, the statue of Lady Justice. Like, we did found the pieces on the stage. Ah, that statue! Yes, I believe it was a statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial. But she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it, as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence.
Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move the scraphead relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming! You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If you consider the fact that Lady Justice was moved in order to point us to the body, so, you know... we would go check the stage. Professor Min used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. Ah! That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done! Thanks, Judge. What now? You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means by all means. Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So answer me this, why didn't anyone see the body the entire time? That can be explained by, if the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon the stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. I know! But we've come so far! Consider yourself schooled! I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Wood. It always has been, and it always will be. Just wait a minute.
Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten the little fiasco.
Ah! Dude!
Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against our friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer.
Athena, calm the fuck down.
Or if this trial proceeds in the same manner as in the same way of the mock trial, will you not lose everything you worked so hard to gain?
Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. I had to save someone near and dear to me. Athena, you have him on the ropes. You just have to prove this shit. It's fine. Take some Xanax. 5-second recess. Take some Xanax, drink some water, deep breaths. You can do it. I worked so hard to become a lawyer and even studied psychology. Had it all been for naught. I just doomed to relive that all over again.
Athena, we're not gonna have a traumatic childhood flashback, okay? God damn it, she's having a traumatic childhood flashback.
Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. Relax, Athena, breathe. Not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, is this how it ends? Forgive me, Jenny, I couldn't protect you like I said I would.
Apollo, slap this woman. Oh, Robin, hi.
You're ratted and on, man! She's the one who saved me! It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against Hugh. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things.
Oh, girl, whatever you did, if you were underage, it's fine. Well, not necessarily fine, but like,
children do stupid shit sometimes.
Not all is forgivable, not all is acceptable. But by God, sometimes a child will fuck up. And the fuck ups of a child, or someone young with no experience on this and that, is not necessarily their fault. It happens. Like, you're not at an age where you're supposed to know better when you're a child. Because you're a child. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You use legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important.
But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I come so far is... Who's objecting now? It's
Not over yet, Tina. Oh, thank God. Thanks, Jennifer. Maybe bring some sense into this witch. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Tina. I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie, but I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do. Seriously, someone, 5-minute Judge, 5-minute recess for the woman having a panic attack? Would it kill you to do that, please?
Silence!
Stop your bleating this instance. You look like an utter fool. Prosecutor Blackwell? There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you know who. You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection!
Oh, shut up. Don't worry, Athena, you're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now, let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Okay, come on, girl. Athena's eyes is sight and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Okay. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's take along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, what did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Let's see, what was he doing right before the body was discovered? This is in the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from his hiding place was during the mock trial. Because during the mock trial, specifically during the speech, because obviously, Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before, specifically the white statue that was in the art room. In the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the white lady justice in the skull banner. Then it's seeping down to the stage with a crash, killing two birds with one stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide the body on that stage? This doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be some place. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something was used to cover the body up, but it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. It was already on the stage and capable of concealing the body. The only statue that we did not remake, apparently, because otherwise nothing makes sense. I know the Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Which we would have realized earlier if at some point the game had allowed us to check on the statue. I'm not even joking. Like, this is an error in not the case itself, like not conceptually. It's an error in writing, because you would assume that if you check the statue of Gavin, like if you check Clavier's statue and you remake it, you should be able to actually check on Phoenix's statue, because it's there, and the pieces of plaster are there. But if that were to happen, and you were to remake the statue, the same one that was done with Clavier's, you would notice that there's not enough plaster, and you wouldn't be able to actually finish the statue, because the statue was not finished, and most of the statue was actually the body hidden in the bag that was covering the statue in the first place, that was also the one that was covering Clavier's. Well, the same type that was covering Clavier's. So this entire twist, like, this entire thing is not necessary, because the game could have shown that to you, and you could have made a connection that something could have been hidden in the space where the statue was finished, considering everyone told you that the statue was finished, but nobody saw it finished. Which means that you would have realized very early on that the murder had to have taken place in the stage, because otherwise there was no way to explain what the statue that was supposedly finished, well, was not. Except that it was used to hide something else. And that would have made the case much shorter, but it also would have made it more consistent, because we basically spent like an hour of case arguing who done did it for it to be a nothing burger. Like, we discussed who did it with like 3 different suspects who neither had anything to do with it. 3 including Juniper, I mean. And like, the entire thing with Robin being a girl or not went completely nowhere, because it's a stupid subplot that adds nothing to the case. Like, this entire case makes sense conceptually, but execution-wise, it does nothing. Execution-wise, it's a mess. The first case was fine. The second case was also okay, arguably. This case is a mess. Like, this case is a mess. It's way too long for no good reason. Is way too convoluted even for a, like, it's an Ace Attorney case. They're always convoluted. But as far as convoluted cases go, it's stupidly convoluted for no good reason. Because a lot of the things that we should have been investigating, we never investigated. Like, we never investigated the right statue properly. We should have done that when we investigated the stage. It was never a thing that we actually got in our core record. Like, it didn't matter. Unless I'm fucking insane. Like, it's not. Like, Gavin's statue was there, but not Phoenix's. So, like, I just find, like, there's a lot of issues with this case, which are not necessarily about, like, the composition of the case, the concept of it, like, how it was done. The execution of how the game wants you to go about solving it is bad. Because it makes you do a lot of laps around things that don't matter to be like, oh yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like, what matters is the other thing. Like, we discussed the murder being done in the R room, and then it wasn't done in the R room. So, it's not wrong that the R room was, like a red herring. It's not necessarily bad. But why? Why would it matter? Like, why? Like, the murder could have taken place there, and then the body could have been lowered, and that would have been fine too. Or we could have discovered that the murder happened in the stage much earlier, and that would have also been fine. Because the main issue of this case, primarily, like, the main thing that makes the case, like, what it is the fact that everybody had, like, an alibi. Or a supposed alibi. Like, everybody was either at the mock trial, or they were at the mock trial. Like, Juniper was supposedly the only one with time to leave because she's the only one who had more work than just being in the mock trial by herself, she also had to do the audio thing. So that gave her an opportunity to leave the room. However, clearly that's not the case, because Professor Min is guilty, which was super obvious, by the way. Like, the entire thing was so obvious from the beginning. That's another thing. Like, it's way too on the nose, the way that it insists. It insists upon itself. Like, Professor Min is very clearly evil. He shows himself to be very clearly evil. The way he says stuff is very obviously evil. The thing with Robin does not work because she clearly has the eyelash. Like, she has the same feminine eyelash that Juniper has, so it's like a complete obvious thing when they start calling attention to the fact that there's only one woman who could have done it because it's a female voice. And then, like, yeah, that's definitely another female character. Yeah, it's fucking Robin, she has the eyelashes. There's a bunch of things here that just don't... It's not that they don't work. They don't complement and they don't do anything for the case. This is a case... How do I put this? This case could have been an introductory case. It could have been a tutorial case. Because by itself is very short. Conceptually is very short. The second that you realize that the murder did not take place in the art room, and the second you realize that Professor Mintz could leave the mock trial, that's it. You're done. You have it. Like, that's it. You solve the case. Is what makes the most sense. Like, whether he killed her during the mock trial, before the mock trial, like the night before the mock trial, like, the details don't matter because he clearly is guilty and he's clearly acting guilty. Like, he's very suspicious. Everything points at him being one of the few people who would know about all of this. Like, this being the script, like, he's one of the few people that I think would know about it in some way or not. Like, he would find a way to know about it. So all of this is it's filler, it's fluff, and it's annoying fluff. It's not good fluff. It doesn't add anything to the experience, in my opinion. So this is by now the weakest case of the game. This should have been stripped bare, like taking a lot of the details out, and this should have been the introductory case. Like, this should have been the tutorial case, and they should have done this closer to, I guess, the right, like, because the first case is much later on than the second and the third case, timeline-wise. I feel like they could have started with this part of the timeline, move back to where Athena first came, then go back, do whatever case comes next, and then do the first case. Or not even do the first case and, like, already move on to something else. But, like, this case by itself is too long for what it is. It's too much fluff for a case that is not that complicated. Like, this is... What was the name of the case in the second game with the circus? Big Top Turnabout? Is that the one? I don't remember. But, like, that one, the one with the circus, like, that was probably one of the worst cases in the series in general. Like, trial quality, like, case quality in Justice for All is a little iffy here and there. I feel like the first two cases are fine, and the last case is very good, and, like, it's just that case is absolutely atrocious. It's very, very tiring. This is a bad case. Like, not in the way that is like, conceptually it's not bad. It's just every single add-on they've done to this case, every single little stuff that they add to confuse you or to take you away from, like, the actual very clear guilty party of this situation is really, really bad. It's just bad. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything to the plot. And it goes also with the fact that Athena has had the whole traumatic flashback thing since very early on. And it's like they're... Again, it's insisting upon itself. Where, like... It's not bad that she has the trauma... Like, the thing about that kind of character development is that you either start very slow, like, you don't show the traumatic character thing on first meeting, like, you take your time building. Like, first it's like a minor panic attack, then there's this shit, and then it keeps, you know, it keeps escalating. Or alternatively, you show it very dramatically at the very beginning, and then you drop it completely. Like, you make people forget that that happened. Like, completely. You do not bring it up. Because the idea is that you left it on the back burner. Like, you told people about it, and then you left it on the back burner. It's like Chekhov's gun. You know that the gun is there, someone is gonna use the fucking gun. That's how it works. That's the point of Chekhov's gun. Like, if they show you the gun, it's because they're gonna use the gun. Here, it's being used, but for, like, yeah, we already know she's traumatized. You don't have to repeat the fact that she has a dramatic child trauma video game. Like, what I'm interested about is, like, what that is. But if you're not gonna tell me about it, if you're not gonna directly show it to me because it's relevant, what's the point? Like, it doesn't make the plot better to have it there. I would rather that it be brought up when it's important, if you're gonna leave it in the back burner the way you did. So, like, I don't know, this is just not a good case. This is not a good case. This is not really a good case. It's not a good case. It's not a good case. Miss Nguyen gave up on the right statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, well, what an impressive feat that was! No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Court. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Right. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. What? I second that what? Now this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible? We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh, I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Right. I'm going to pose like the statue, so... Now I want you to wrap me up in clothes so that I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? I'm afraid this isn't the right color, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kinda the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look like a statue of Mr. Right or what? Looks like some random person to me. And the statue's a pair of bus. And his right has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair. The statue head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. You'd have handed it to me for trying. Anyway, wait, that's it, the hands! Her arms were raised over her head, and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrist indicated she's been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose! Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No! Besides, it was your idea! Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Core's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given her hands were tied? In an objection points behind my head, behind my back. Well, if we're doing the spiky hair, it should be behind the head. Apollo, I put my hands behind my head. I promise it's not sexual. See, this makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. I can't help thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. What did the victim's body have that I don't? The arrow, duh. Alright, there was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. What, are you crazy? Fine, then go get some duct tape, Rapido Schnell. Alright, I need to know their languages and not bossy when I hear it. Fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created with 2 hands. A masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. Remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? This is so stupid. Mommy, the arm's too short. Shh, remember your indoor voice here. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But, what else could I use for the arm? Still won't give up. I must commend you if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now disappoint me again and the penalty will be doubly painful. Yikes! I guess I better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think! Professor Core was murdered when she stepped by the stage to see Professor Means. It wasn't premeditated. He must have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me the stage setup photos again. Like that right now? Okay, hold on. Please, 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 please be in this photo. It has to be. I'm on the Mr. Right statue. Is really this right here? Hi, Hugh. Oh, hey. Stuff.
Take that!
Got it. I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Right. This is absurd. There is no such thing as this photo. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the stuff you have right there. Stop. This is the spear of a great legal warrior. Whatever. Just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
Well. That looks so weird. That just looks so weird. It looks weird. It just looks weird. Yeah, my honest reaction to this. It's Phoenix Wright! Look, it's that famous lawyer! That's definitely him. I know that voice anywhere. We did it! Didn't we? Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? His face is looking very rectangular. The man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light. Golden light, all I see before me is the pink specter of a man. That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo, he's tickled pink. But that joke deserves a pink sleep. It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness... The resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. If the spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is examine the spear for prints, see if it's a stuff or a spear, test the spear. Obviously, test the spear for blood. It's the dumbest, easiest way to do it. You had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in, but it could always be from a stab being forcibly shoved in. But if the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it.
Your Honor, a brief recess if you will. But by any means possible, what if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. This is not the Mason system, sweetie. %% salary cut. Ew. Okay then. Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of our witness Aristotle means? It is as Saxon as suspected. Plus was detected on his staff. He doesn't admit to this heinous crime. All of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great, he'll teach fellows that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? I could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist too? I eventually had him put pen to paper. It turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim has suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result, the heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool like Newman had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came out with a plan to stop the victim with her own oil in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus frame the defendant. Go figure. But the scrap of paper with Hughes' name had the same mark as Professor Court's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of the class. Really? So then... Indeed. Once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. We know that constant torture was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. If this is the dark age of the law, then we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant Juniper Woods. God. Yay! That only took like 7,000 years. Are you napping again? I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you, if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory. Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Probably serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expect to hear from him today. Court is adjourned. Thank the Lord. I wanna go get myself some coffee. October 26th, District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. Thank you, Tina. I really mean it. It was nothing, really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You look pretty wound up there at the end. Literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Don't mention it. The way you were always there for Tina when she was in a bind. And at the detention center where your smile gave me hope that when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. Oh god, she's already starting with the... How long are you gonna make that scarf? I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. He is not noticing this situation. But I still have a lot of work to do. And I can't wait until we see you on the judge's branch. I promise you'll get... I promise you'll get there someday. That's why until that day, I'll... Guys, I got some big news. I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay, I think. So what's the big news? The school festival! It was supposed to have been cancelled after what happened, but... we just got a call. In memory of Professor Constant Court, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? Alright! Oh boy. God damn it, we're having animation again. Can I say that I just don't really enjoy the animated bits? I don't like them.
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
October 27th, Themis Legal Academy, her full Wow, that was so much fun! School festivals are amazing! I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Ah, your singing voice, Juniper. It could meld my H-E-A-R-T. Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. I just remember the objection post is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win, although Robin had you for a while there. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Tina. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and Hugh won? Level-headed lawyer, course genius, and hot-blooded prosecutor's course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you. Huh? Ah, is he going to do what I think he is? Juniper? Can't we still be friends? You know, best friends, like we've always been? Huh? Best friends? Hugh, weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius and that I'm really 25 years old. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial. Oops! Listen, Hugh, you to Robin, Miriam. Oh, hi, you were there. Me too! Mira's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science. I know, she played a lot of Metal Gear. I've been thinking. It's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can, like by ourselves, because nobody else is doing anything. Although we all know that this kind of stuff requires incremental change and actually people caring about shit. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Got me in! I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet! And what about your BFF, Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? It's not a word. It's like 3 words. But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey! No talking about me behind my back! So, what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word... I can't believe Apollo meets with his BFF and gossips about girls. God, he's so bisexual. Yeah, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. Let me guess, he's fucking dead. Yeah. Fucking deceased. Athena, he needed, like, a rest. Yeah, because, like, his best friend died. Because his best friend... Athena, what are you talking about? Like, you left it very clear that his best friend died. Oh, hi, Clavier. Clearly, he needs some time. Like, taking a leave of absence because his life is shit and his best friend died and the things happen is like, I don't know, like a completely normal thing to do for like a person. Like, he needs time and maybe slap a Phoenix Wright a little bit on the face. Like, sometimes you need to slap him, like, he punched him once, he can punch him again. Oh god, this shit. Okay. Nice.
One hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Come
Oh. Well then. Can you even stab through, you know, one of those? Like, I don't know how thick, like, astronaut suits are. So this is like a dumb question. Like, how easy it is to stab through one. 7:16, 9:12 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 5. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Oh, it's you. I thought it was a man. Sorry. I'm sorry, Junie. Are you alright, Apollo? Ah! Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my course of seal exercises. The entirety of me losing my mind about how stupid the case is for the last one. Like, I had an entire like 10-minute rant about how the case fucking sucked. I was actually gonna go get myself some coffee because I haven't yet. But yeah, we finished the last case with Professor Means. It was so fucking dumb. I lost my mind. I had so many fucking issues with it, and now apparently an astronaut got stabbed. I have no idea what the context of that is. Also something Apollo's best friend is dead, and also something they gossip about girls. Like the narration said that they were cut off by the you know the friends of the fate, so I assume that he's fucking deceased. God forbid. We're getting to this. Yeah, this is case 4. So I did say I was gonna get myself some coffee, so give me 5 seconds and I'll come back and just. What the fuck was up with last case? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. We're prepared. I have my coffee. I don't feel better about the last case. I'm still upset about it. I still didn't like it. That was the worst case in this game. It cannot get worse. Oh god, I hope that wasn't a red flag that I just activated right there. That feels like a red flag that I just activated. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you will be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. Lotus root! Is this a lotus root? I always wanted to try them. I never had them and I've never been able to find them here. That's right, my grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's very crunchy. I like crunchy. I'm primarily like curious about the taste. Like it looks crunchy, like it's a root, so I assumed. But like I'm very curious about the taste of it. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. What? Oh my. And it stays crunchy but it's bland. Well, that's a shame that it stays crunchy but it's bland, but I mean, you usually eat it with something else. It's lovely to have textures to other things. Oh, that makes sense. Still, I'm not against the idea. Crunch. Kinda tough though. You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops, if she didn't think me weird before, she will now. I gotta calm down. Apollo, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Tina. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it, you sly little thing, you. Tina, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? See, he's cute. I'm not saying he's not cute with her. I just don't, like... Am I supposed to take that as romantic? Because I would take it more as Apollo having, like, a panic attack. And just eating the, like, the lotus root like that. Because, like, why the fuck not? You know? Like, I'm just nervous I'm gonna eat this thing that is clearly supposed to be cooked fast. He's just like me for real? God damn. Oh, Apollo, when will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? See what I mean? It's like, I'm not saying he's not cute, I'm saying he's oblivious. It's like Juniper is being very obvious right now, like she's holding like a goddamn sign that says, hey, I'm interested, and Apollo's like, I wonder what she's interested on. Well, she's studying to be a judge, so maybe judging. She might be interested in that. Whoa, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. That's a sigh? This is it. It's all over for me. You're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Sol Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know of you and your coffees. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right now, right about now. He's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. I wish it was for the sake of my throat. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get a chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Can't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Terran, I can't believe he was murdered. I can't believe that's his name. God, he's adorable. He has like baby girl energy. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine! Ah! What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today, you'll see! Apollo is the 4 case in the game. We're definitely not getting it done in a single day. Come on. And in exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. And promise! For a moment I think he was gonna be like, understand. God. Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that, you see, well, you know, Thina, help me out here. We, didn't get to investigate the area as much as I have liked thanks to the police. Oopsie. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. I thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Okay, but like before the meteorite crashes, it is in fact a comet. So you will soar like a comet and then you will fall into the earth in a very dramatic and painful way. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo? And what about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo. The trial's about to begin. If the fans will please proceed into the courtroom. I also have to whack your balls. It's the judge's orders, you know how it is. Okay, here we go. Time to get our balls whacked. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. And we don't even get to investigate the, you know, the crime scene. Fun. December 16, 9:55 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Arise. Arise, chicken. Arise. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Apollo, what the fuck? Excuse me, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I don't. I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. He's edgy now. I kinda hate it. Like, part of the thing about Apollo is that he's kind of like a sassy piece of shit. He doesn't need to be edgy. Like, why would you need Apollo of all characters to be edgy? Not being edgy is like one of his things. Same with like Phoenix, technically, but like Phoenix is a big bluffer who's not particularly an asshole, and Apollo is more of an asshole than Phoenix in a way that is perfectly fine, like in a way that I find very entertaining. But Apollo is like a sarcastic little piece of shit. Yeah, but his boyfriend died now. Okay, yeah, but like, does he have to act like this? Like, hon, mourn him like a normal person, I'm begging you. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Judge, he's over 20. He's not like a 5-year-old, please. Very well, and the prosecution? Hi, Blackwell. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Blackwell, what is it? Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Ah! He did it again! Oh hey, the bomb box from the first trial. The prosecution is now ready. Hi, Taka. Well, it didn't take him long this time. What's up with Blackwell? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence.
I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise! This time, I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is up with the two of you today. Wait, is this the case with his sister? I know that his sister is somewhere. Is this the case with his sister? Is that why he's acting like that? I'm going to assume that's the case. You would seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy is astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was sent to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site... Kaplooey! Two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs! How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck, I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct, Your Boldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Had-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Don't say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. We got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes stumbled from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand, Ah, yes. The victim was one Mr. Glater and a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've had enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the window stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you asked so nicely, is your coffin. Ah! Have mercy on me! It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we have little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Whew. I feel like I just lost 50 years of my life. Judge, you're like 70 at this point, easily. Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of this incident to the court if you would. On it! First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building, take a look at this cross-section that we, the police, have created. In the launch pad and the main building. The launch pad is the square building and the rounded structure in the main building, right? You got it! The incident took place in launch pad 1 and in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Thanks, Fulbright. Douchebag. Just before the rocket was sent to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! Oh, and on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and 1 in Launchpad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in the Launchpad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, 1 of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a moonbeam. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived on the launch, correct? Yep. Thinking he sabotaged the bomb in the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Oh yeah, he's so baby girl coded. Look at that face. Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Judge, it's a stabbing. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, Your Honor, it's a knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him with a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pod. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. Well, obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. Are you sure? I see. So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the second floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launchpad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the center part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launchpad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report into the correct court. Thanks. The trials just started and we're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, what's cross-examination? That's what cross-examination is for, right? What the two astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. It kills me of the thing for the cross-examination. God damn.
Hold it!
Okay. How powerful are the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait. What were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha ha! I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. No, Apollo! Apollo, what the fuck? That's super important? Like, what was he doing there? Like, he wasn't cold. Unless the bombs exploded at different times. And the prosecution is obfuscating the shit out of it by saying that they blow up together. And he was already there for the first bomb, and then the second bomb exploded. Like, this is not insignificant. Unmanageable decision, Justice Honor. What did he decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators on the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. And how did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter. Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. An emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. The Space Center's pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Wait, what would it need to have its own shelter? Like, what would it serve to have its own shelter? Is it a repurposed building? Like, was this building something else and then got repurposed, and that's why there's a shelter? The power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the matter at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yup, that's right. Okay. I'm pretty sure that this is this gave me like press everything situation because there's not really anything I can object to. And I barely have any evidence. Oh, I miss Gumshoe. I miss Gumshoe. Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives. Huh? What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plan the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Fine, a simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive. Understood! The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd! Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at this. Ibuprofen? What are they? These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck wrote 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck. But that doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own ship. Yeah, that's just like re-traumatizing himself. What the fuck are you talking about?
Silence.
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? Not after the media had branded him sole Starbucks space pioneer extraordinaire. Even in these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the space center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. This is so dumb. Like, conceptually, this is dumb.
Hold it!
If you ask me. Are you sure it was only the two of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those two. Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence.
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the launch, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device. It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Judge, the events of this game happen in 2027. I remind you, in the game is 2027. We already have those scanners. We've had it for close to a decade. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. Look at this photograph, Your Honor. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only person whose fingerprints and register can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through the door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Then, doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28. Doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can be considered a suspect then. Okay, Apollo, the fact that you just said that means that he's gonna be a suspect in the next 3 hours, give or take. Like... oh yeah, the bombs have nothing to do with it. I guess I'll just ignore them. Oh yeah, the director possibly can be considered a suspect there. I guess I'll just ignore it. Apollo, you're out of your game. Apollo, you're washed. You're washed, Apollo. These are the things that you're supposed to be asking about them. You're fucking washed. Go to the bench. Let Athena and Phoenix take care of this shit. God. Wash, little man. No washed.
Hold it!
So, while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue with my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candy's arm. Oh, the bitch that got killed in the first case! Oh. Well then. One of them was a detective. Yup, Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. Wait, if there was a detective specializing in explosions already on the scene for the explosion, what the fuck are you doing there? You're like a normal criminal detective. You're in the homicide division, I assume. Fulbright, what were you doing there? Wait, Fulbright, what were you doing there? No. This keeps going back. Fulbright, why were you there? Did Fulbright did this? Am I insane? Just saying Fulbright did this? Two witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the foreman was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Zona. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? Why are you giving me a DVD? Footage from a security camera. As the two astronauts emerge from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding lodge security camera captured their desperate escape. Their desperate escape where there's no one getting stabbed. Blackwell, none of the people in this image have been stabbed. Also, you cannot see which one is which. Which I'm going to assume is going to be half of this case, because if you cannot see which one of these motherfuckers is which, it means that whoever did the murder might have as well accidentally killed the wrong person. Like, maybe Starbucks was the person that they were trying to kill, and they accidentally killed Terran instead. I'm just saying. Now, I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim.
Blackwell, honey, sweetie, honey, darling, Blackwell. That person doesn't have any fucking wounds on them. He does not have a knife stuck to his fucking lifeless body, you piece of shit.
Well, what? Order! Order, I say! This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting. Judge, please. I should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. Again, Apollo, you can point out that in that image, whoever is holding whom, like neither of them have wounds. Neither of them have been stabbed. If he was supposed to be stabbing the rocket, which is what Fulbright just said, this makes no fucking sense.
Apollo, exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage?
Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. And there are no, stab wounds. Also, I cannot see which one is which.
Your Honor, please take another look at the footage.
Isn't it possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. Yay! Who was that?
Silence.
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a dotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? All right, explaining to Justice's honor. You got it, ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
Well, you can't deny there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence.
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck will surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could have still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. Do I have to point out that the body's not stabbed there? I'm going to become the Joker. But it sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Thanks, Athena. Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Even the facts, I'm not sure I still need. What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me. If it isn't, the defense is stalling for time as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes! You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds?! After that, I close this cross-examination to be closed, and a verdict to be rendered. Your boldness, raise your gavel high, is set for a countdown. Oh! Ready? We don't have time! Spit it out, Athena! Only 3 more seconds! Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something missing. Like they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. Ah, you're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Do you? Do you know? Your 5 seconds are out, Mr. Justice. I can't believe you gave me 5 seconds. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebut? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court. Well, if you put it that way, what is it that the prosecution has failed to explain? Well, I would argue that the motive for the murder is not good, but arguably, double arguably, I guess, we don't know why he would need to move the body, like, unless the body was still, not a body, like it was an alive person. Precisely because, well, if they were stabbed, why would you move it? Like, it's heavy weight. Like, it makes no sense to do it. They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Or go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that's true. I don't think we've had the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. That's because they have none, Your Honor. Suckers. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body, but what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim, he was helping him. Alright. Explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform me exactly why Space Boys moved the victim. Huh? They gotta be joking. It's simple, Mr. Savok did what he did to direct suspicions away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. Guy! Who was that? The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds, saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sub-story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. Wait, over 200 pounds? That's around 100 kilograms. But only when it's a person inside of the spacesuit. Is that an empty spacesuit? Is that an empty spacesuit? Is that an empty spacesuit? Because otherwise, why would he... At this point, the cases are bullshit, so I might as well have a bullshit idea what's going on. Clay either was killed beforehand and then his body was just propped there, and this entire thing with the photo was like, you know, an act, and that spacesuit is empty. Or Starbuck actually did save the guy. He passed out afterwards because he carried like 200 pounds of like weight on himself to safety. And then they were both wearing the spacesuits, so, you know, you couldn't see who it was who. Whoever stabbed Clay was actually trying to stab him. Those are my two go theories at this point. You see, here the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
What are you talking about? There was no third explosion!
Silence!
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transfer the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. What? One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 fireworks displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, but had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated. Yeah, that just makes this more suspicious.
Objection!
Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Ugh, it's like he's reading my mind. As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. You found a what? I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. When the Space Center director and Detective Arms stumbled across a murder, so he thought to hide it in his pocket. Evil brain that he is. Okay, Blackwell, let's all be honest with each other. You cannot make me believe, personally, you cannot make me believe that a man who plans to put bombs on a building, on a government building, because it's a state facility for research, but it's a state facility. He put 3 bombs in the goddamn place, and he went and killed a person, and he did not have a plan as to where to fucking put the detonator, so he just put it on his pocket. Like, this screams setup. This screams somebody put that there. Like, it's so dumb. Like, this is so dumb right now. I am losing my mind. It's not as bad as the last one, but my god, this is... Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? This is so clearly, like, a setup. This was so clearly set up to blame Starbuck, and if not Starbuck, then it was to blame like Clay and kill Starbuck, and they just failed to kill the right person. No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Justice Zona, open your eyes and see the truth. My eyes is open! I said your eyes, plural. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No! There has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You'll believe in your client come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has got to be a trap. Apollo, the entire case is a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. How do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? Do you want some water? Maybe a little sandwich? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Blackwell, you just said that a person wearing a suit like that weighs like 200 pounds. At least like 50 pounds of that is the suit. The fuck are you talking about? Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Shut up. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is he going to be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So you said you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim. But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve our judgment until after I hear your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Could wear a suit like that except an astronaut. I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to the fantasy. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up. What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying side of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago. Huh? That was Blackwell saying? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun-shy now. It's time to find out the truth. I swear to God, if the truth is because Fulbright is lying to me, and Fulbright is guilty, because what the fuck was he doing that he was saving people during the explosion when the detective that is in charge of the explosion thing was not there yet, I'm going to become the Joker. I hit my mic, I'm so sorry. I'm just so salty about this shit. What is it? Okay, wait, let me, the autopsy report, the bombing report. Second floor of the mayor building and the middle level of the yeah, okay. So this one.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right, which means, exactly, the Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet? Why are you doing that? Why? Mission Command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop these nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet! My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Request medical assistance! Dude, stop that. Yeah, my honest reaction to that, Apollo. Mr. Starbuck, we're not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that saying. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement? About how you use the middle level elevator. I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think. A different route. I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. Ah! I'll get it right. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, your accuracy is paramount in court. Okay. Let's see, my escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe, probably. With a capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. Uh-huh. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right, there's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used the ladder to get it into the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Terrence here? Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah, the capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is writing on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. That is more comfortable than a spaceship. Dude, it's prison. Please. What is wrong with this guy? Well, a lot of things, clearly. Okay, but that's... Huh.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see, the edge is blue. No, that's not right. So, I guess the edge is in blue. Yeah, that's it! The truth, Mr. Starbuck! Ah, the oxygen concentration is super low in this area! Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks! Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Not as long as this was along the escape route. Well, it's the ladder. Technically.
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder, isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course, that was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Well, it is easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth. That's not true. I'm 100% of what I am in Earth. That's not funny.
Objection!
But the space center is located on Earth, and it's not like one of those like 0G places that you can, experience and shit. Try to being an octopus climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth now! Engineer was the other engineer. Accidentally dictated an automatic. Oh, goddammit. What the? He's flying the coop! Help! I'm caught on the ceiling! Help! Anyone? You really get caught in the ceiling, you fucking... Bailey, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch a rescue mission at once and whack those balls. Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. You're asking too much, Apollo. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground, or do I need to bring the boy lift to whack your balls again? Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness! Yikes! Yes. I thought your story was odd, but perhaps the inconsistency can be explained as the result of a medical side effect. Prosecutor Blackwell, please! Please don't talk about that! What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Spaceware is ironically terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. But you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in this system. Okay, Blackwell, you're not gonna come at me and be like, oh yeah, the anti-anxiety drug gave him, like, hallucinations or something, because I swear to God, Blackwell, if that's gonna be your argument or something along those lines, I'm literally gonna become the Joker, because I've been on several anti-anxiety medications in my life. I've been on antidepressants, I've been on ADHD meds. It's not that mental health psychiatric medication cannot give you hallucinations or anything weird, but you cannot make me believe that a man who has been taking this medication would not have checkups regularly as a, you know, professional in a highly physically, like, exertive career as being an astronaut. Like, you're gonna fuck up your body being an astronaut. You cannot tell me that he doesn't take enough controls to know if the medication is fucking him up or not. If you tell me that's the case, I'm just gonna call bullshit, because that's the dumbest fucking shit in the world. Oh, I sense things are about to nosedive. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it. How could that be? Somebody must have leave them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember, because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. What? Wait, memory issues? Is that what you're gonna go with? Order in the court. We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Okay, but like, can you prove that this medication has as a side effect loss of memory or memory issues? A. And B, can you prove that that's a side effect that he suffers from? Because the nature of side effects, for the people who don't know, is that there's a certain percentage of people during drug tests, like during the test trials for a drug, that presented that side effect. It's not just something that happens to everyone. There's a non-insignificant chance that you will get this. It doesn't have to happen. You would be surprised about the long list of side effects that most medication has that just doesn't do anything to anyone because most people are affected. It's like a percentage. And even then, you would be surprised how many of those side effects are not checked on women, because most test trials are done on men. So most medications, you don't actually know what side effects they have on women. Why didn't he just tell me he just couldn't remember? I guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space. Okay, yeah, but again, can we prove... Can Blackwell actually prove that is because of the drugs? And that is a side effect of the drugs, and not anything else? Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question. Of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does? So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my! I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectable thing? Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. Yeah, I was gonna mention that, like... Where's your blunt force trauma post-mortem, asshole? You're capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks? Huh? What's this? Is the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's rupture, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying in rupture when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am, for they fracture easily when struck. Okay, Blackwell, that's cool. Again. Blackwell, I'm gonna bring this up again. Where are the blunt force trauma marks post-mortem on Terran's fucking body? Where's the marks? Where are the bruises? It's post-mortem, but there should be marks, Blackwell. Especially if, you know, he hasn't gone into rigor mortis yet, or he's leaving rigor mortis. Like, there should be marks. You can show me that shit is broken, but that could have been, you know, it could have fallen by itself. It could have dislodged from the suit or some shit. Where are the marks on the body, bitch?
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and showman would leave its marks on the body. Yet according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You piece of shit! Don't lie to me! You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is meant to protect astronauts from the dangers of space, so falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer. Okay, cool. Question then, how the fuck he got stabbed? If the material is that thick and that strong, explain how did he get stabbed that easily, Blackwell? I'm going to slap this piece of shit. I'm sorry for Taka, I love that bird, but I'm going to slap this piece of shit.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? Thanks, Apollo, you're being the only person with like normal common sense in here. It should, and yet through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. I'm going to stab someone in this goddamn courtroom, and I'm going to start with fucking Blackwell. I'm gonna find a weak spot in your chest cavity, bitch! What are the chances? You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how these suits work. He's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terron. Here, The report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Do you have to do that? Do you have to do that every time? Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Display on the astronaut left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and the remaining oxygen was 0%. The tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. The tanks were functioning properly at the time. Oh goddammit, I didn't mean to. I was trying to check the core record. Let's see, the display on the astronaut left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. Okay, thanks. Where's the picture? That's 50. What the fuck are you talking about? I guess that means the glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. Space boy. Yes! Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through bars. You mean the stars are seen from prison? Do you think that prisons have no, like, windows? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not how I thought. Mr. Starbuck? Prosecutor Blackwell, God to him good. Spaceship prison cell, fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then, let's get sucked into a black hole together!
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope! Oh! Yes, Apollo? You know Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space no matter the situation. You say that? So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. Or Clay. You're wasting your breath. This game will fuck up my throat. It already has, but more, I mean. Apollo, thank you! I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck! I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right, well, we'll be fine. I'll prove you're innocent, you'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Rah! You ignited the booster rockets of my soul. I'm on fire. I am Solomon Starbuck Astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Boulder Dash. Sun, the moon, all of space is calling me. Solomon Soul Starbuck. Please don't go to the sun. You'll burn. Idiot. Ready for lunch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. How are you doing? How are you doing? Dude, what? Well, I feel like I witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! Me another was goes to the sun. Okay, but in the other ones it doesn't count. You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. Although, to be fair, you also can die. There's just less chances of dying because there's things that you can, you know, that will not immediately kill you on the sun. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. If you simpletons are done massaging one another's egos, no matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final verdict. It is unarguableness. I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. One other Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice. Think! The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see, about this data that we just received. It supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this foreseeableness, let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. What about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now? It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining while Mr. Terran's had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Donner. It's simple. This evidence constrains the facts of this case. You can look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to. The security camera.
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction? The problem is this part here.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. It appears to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. The oxygen in the tank increased. I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my word, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm going to bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen. You'd better not disappoint or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can! The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. If Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried Clay. So this man with the 50 on his tongue ought to be Mr. Starbuck. Unless, if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80, or at the very least a number close to 80. Like, it's 80 when he was found. You could argue that maybe he was like using the oxygen and he had like, I don't know, 82, for example. Then it would make sense because, you know, the oxygen is being consumed. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what should I be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. If you're going the other way, the victim was carrying, the tanks were damaged. The tanks were already damaged. Clearly, it was the victim carrying the defendant is the only thing that makes sense. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. It was what? Order! Order, Mr. Justice! You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? Is the only way the riddle of the increased oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right, there's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence.
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time, how did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? Yeah, to be fair, Apollo, he could in fact hurt you a lot with a broken blade. It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. Oh. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candice Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score! Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand and walk her balls? What is it this fucking time? Oh, it's you. I have an announcement, everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remember and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode? Oh boy. Right, I forgot this would happen. A bomb now? Everybody run!
I don't want to die.
Oh no, everybody's panicking. Yeah, because there's an active bomb threat.
Silence.
Headless chickens with a dead wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? Apollo, bomb threat first, continuing the trial second. The fuck is wrong with you? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. Yeah, your wife. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch! Let me go. Apollo, Juniper, she hasn't evacuated yet.
Eek.
Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no, not that way. And the explosion. Yeah, yeah, okay. He's an idiot. I see how it is. God, you're all idiots in this fucking case. Especially Blackwell, but everybody else too. I'm not gonna like this trial, am I? I'm not gonna like it. Like, I'm already on the fence here. All of the arguments are terrible, and I hate them, and this is gonna be bullshit. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it on my bones. But wait, I don't have to do anything about this, because we're 15 minutes over time, so we're finishing here. I don't have to think about it until Monday. Oh god, I'm gonna have to think about this on Monday. Oh boy, I hate it. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here tomorrow. I don't know, blueprints, probably blueprints. Blueprints. I feel like doing some progress. And then on Monday we continue Dual Destinies, because I hate myself. I can't wait for I can't wait to be done with Dual Destinies so I can actually play the 100 line. I can't wait to actually play something that is gonna make me feel better. Because, but at the very least, the 100 line is gonna be bullshit, but I'm used, and I find a lot of amusement out of Kodaka bullshit and Ochikoshi bullshit. Their bullshit is fun. This is not fun. This is not fun bullshit. But anyway, again, I don't even know if I said it, but thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for some blueprints. Maybe we'll do some progress. I would like to do some progress, please. Please and thank you. I don't think it's gonna happen, but please. Yeah, that's it. Have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone. God, this is